Rica in Group B of the 2025 CONCACAF.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. It looks like the lights are out in the arena again. We're picking up where we left off. The heck? It's USA versus Costa Rica today. Definitely going to be the most intense match of the group stage across either group, in my opinion. What's up, everybody? Welcome in, welcome in. I need to set us up on our ticker with the results for the day, but while I'm doing that, thought we'd go live, keep an eye on the stream. It looks like I said, power is out yet again. Jeez Louise. I don't know if this is by design, like if they kill the power in between games or what. I don't know. I don't understand why it's why the lights are out. Earlier today in the Canada game against Honduras, the stop clock wouldn't work. So this is a very cursed tournament so far for some reason. I can't explain why. But they've been having a bit of a doozy. All right. I need to rework. You guys are going to hear some clicky clacks. If you guys are looking for the actual game itself, please check the description of this video, you will find the link to the live stream of USA versus Costa Rica on CONCACAF's YouTube channel. That's where you'll be able to find the actual game. This is a watch companion that we'll be using to kind of watch along with the game. So I cannot stream the game itself. Always try to make that a reminder at some point during these streams. But if you're looking for a buddy to watch the stream with, that would be me. Welcome in. Hope you guys enjoy it. This is going to be an intense match. This is going to be really intense. I'm sure we'll have some thumbnail-worthy facial expressions and reactions from me during this one. So everyone please take their hands off of the print screen button on your keyboard or the lock screen and volume button on your phone if you're looking for a quick screen grab of a goofy face. I'll give you plenty. I'm really good at that for some reason. All right, so today was an interesting day. So we almost saw some interesting matchup with Mexico and Cuba. Very defensive match. Cuba was actually up 1-0 going into halftime. They held their own pretty strong. Very, very big defensive effort from them. But ultimately couldn't keep it going against Mexico, and Mexico ended up winning 4-1. So that was in the second game today. But in the first game today, like I mentioned, Canada versus Honduras, Canada won 6-0. So Canada is able to collect some points, much needed points. So they'll be watching this game very closely because both these teams, USA and Costa Rica, are on a win from the first round. So we will see what this does to the standings for the last day of the tournament. We're either going to have a very intense day tomorrow on top of today, or there might not be much to play for. I don't know. But I think if you're Canada, you've got everything to play for tomorrow regardless. So this is going to be really interesting to see how they handle business. And just right. All right, let's bring this into the stream. It's weird. Got some MLS logos in here from the preview. We'll need to fix those. Looks like Costa Rica is warming up in the dark, trying to stay loose. I do not see the US team just yet. Interesting thing too is that they've not put a lot of time into commentary for this tournament. You know, there's a lot of downtime, I feel like, with the commentators compared to what I'm used to hearing. So I don't know how much input we'll get from the commentator on, hey, this is why we're down. But I'll try and keep an ear out, and if I hear something, I'll make sure to share it here too. Okay, this one was 4-2-1. Trying to keep you guys in the loop on everything that's going on. If you guys are in the chat, tell me what you think. What do you think for score predictions today? I think it's going to be 4-3 United States. That's what I'm thinking. 4-3 United States. That's my goal prediction. Looks like the United States is wearing white kits today. Costa Rica is in their red. Oh, yeesh, that looks terrible. Does that look better? Kinda. We'll try it. If Luke pops in, he'll be able to tell me how to fix the color scheme on that so it looks a little nicer. All right, so USA, Costa Rica. Hopefully we start soon, but it looks like we will have a late start, guys. Lights are off again. It's expensive running a big tournament. We got to save money some places and keep the lights off. You know, it doesn't grow on trees. Okay? Just like your dad used to tell you. But once they get everything powered back up, hopefully we'll be off and running. Did anybody watch the matches today? The earlier matches? Curious what everybody thinks about what they saw. Add a spot for the final game of the day, which will be Panama, Guatemala. I think that this match today is definitely the big one. Curious to see what happens, how business is handled. Right now, looks like we're doing some very light warm-ups, just trying to stay loose. You guys are just joining us. We are waiting for the kickoff. The game is delayed again to a power outage. I just saw another footer here on the score bug on their screen, noting the power outage. Taking a picture of this for everybody. Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome in, welcome in. See some people starting to trickle in. Submit your score predictions. Let's see who's closest. I wish I could, I don't know, show highlights or something, but I think it would all get copyright striketed. But, yeah, Canada really took care of business against Honduras today. They scored 6 goals, 6-0. So if goal differential comes down to the end, currently Canada is 2 goals behind the United States. And then depending on how this game goes will dictate where the final positioning is on that for us, as well as Costa Rica going into the last day. If the United States wins today, I believe, yeah, they would be guaranteed a place. Well, no. It wouldn't be guaranteed anything, technically, mathematically. If Costa Rica wins, Costa Rica is guaranteed a place because they've already beaten Canada. And then if they were to beat the U.S. tonight, then they would have beaten the two that also have wins. So Costa Rica, really the only ones tonight that have a chance to clinch anything. Everybody else is still kind of got everything up in the air. So I think if I go to standings... Yeah, so Mexico is in the same boat. They need Guatemala to step up tonight and at least force a draw. And if they do, Mexico's guaranteed through. But if Panama, and actually if Panama wins tonight, they're guaranteed through. It's just a matter of whether they're guaranteed first or second, I think. No, that doesn't make sense. My math was bad there. So either way, Mexico's in the driver's seat. Panama with a win kind of locks up that group. But Costa Rica, United States, Canada still all kind of fighting for those two spaces. Looks like the power is back on and the lights are warming up. Hopefully we see kickoff soon. If you guys are just tuning in, thanks for being here. Appreciate you guys. I want to kind of normalize these kinds of streams for futsal games, big futsal games at least. This is something that a lot of people do for streams for outdoor. We see a lot of it starting to develop for MLS, but primarily in the Premier League, there's just some massive YouTubers that do this kind of stuff. I'm not trying to be massive, obviously, because futsal's not massive, but I just think it's a cool concept. So hopefully we can kind of steal some best practices from our brothers over in the outdoor game, particularly in England, and find something unique here for futsal viewers. So thank you guys for being a part of it. Appreciate it. Brightening up now. And here we go. Blow that whistle. I'm excited for this one, guys. This game couldn't start soon enough for me today. $1,600 people waiting in the stream for this thing to go live. I think it's interesting. We saw this with the Nicaragua stadium as well, I believe. I think it's kind of cool if you guys are looking at the dome in the CONCACAF stream. You can see outside through several corners of the dome, all the way around the dome. Some natural light that comes in. It's interesting. All right, looks like they've got the pedestal set up with the ball. The referees are ready for introductions. They're waving at the players. Players are getting some last-minute warm-ups in. Let's go. All right. This should be good. Can't wait. If you guys are just now getting into the stream, predict the score. What do you think the score line is going to be? I think this is going to be a tight game. All right, looks like the U.S. girls are headed back behind for the walk-in. How about the goalkeepers? It looks like, oh, there we go. Okay. Is it a late start? Hey, Roger. Yeah, they had another power outage apparently. Still hoping for 100-0. I love it. That's awesome. I love it. I think this is gonna be the toughest match of the tournament. For sure. For both these teams. So if USA wins big today, I think it's gonna be 4-3. I think it's gonna be tight. But if USA wins big today, that's a big statement. Here we go. Yeah, they're showing Group B now. This could be very interesting, guys, because if Costa Rica, let's say like Costa Rica wins tonight, then after that, US has to beat Canada. But what happens? Like, what if it's the commentator just brought up a good point. What if you end up with that triangle where everybody trades results? It's going to be very interesting. How has the Grand Rapids girl been doing? So Satali Luna last night got a ton of minutes. She looked great. I don't think she had anything actually on the score sheet. But her effort during the game was very pivotal. She was a big part of a lot of plays, some kick-ins, routines, and then Kirsten Kornecki, I believe is how you say her last name, is the other girl from Grand Rapids, the other woman from Grand Rapids, and she had a brace yesterday, so she had 2 of the 7 goals, and she looked really great too. So I was impressed. The Honduras side was not impressive. They're tired. They've played an entire whole game before anybody else, and it went into extra time, so they had a ton of extra minutes on the clock compared to a fresh team in the US in their very first game. If you're watching the stream now, the very first 2 girls in line, those are the 2 girls from Grand Rapids. Kirsten was first, and then Satali was second. But yeah, so Honduras is kind of a wounded animal at the moment, but the United States looked confident. The play was confident. They were playing real futsal, good rotations. They seemed to be on the same page. So it looked very promising. Looked very good. I got to give Coach Barato credit, give the girls credit. They looked very good in game 1 and very, very convincing 7-0 victory. So now let's see if they can do it against a very tough side in Costa Rica. If you guys haven't been watching the Costa Rican, or at least the U.S. women's scene, we did have 3 friendlies against Costa Rica last month, and we did not lose a single game. 2 wins and a draw during those friendlies. But friendlies are a different story from the real thing. So I'm curious to see how Costa Rica looks in this match compared to maybe their friendlies. And there's no footage of those friendlies for us to see, like, oh, it's right or wrong players, or there's something that Costa Rica or US can fix or take advantage of. None of that stuff. So this is going to be our first real look at these two teams facing each other. I'm curious about the game after this when Guatemala plays again, if they get the same crowd numbers as they did for game one, because they really laid an egg for their first game in front of their home fans. And I wonder if you're a home fan, if you bother coming back out or not after that. You know, how many people are coming just to check it out? And who's true futsal fans out there? And, you know, a sense of pride in a lot of other countries is different than it is here, too. So maybe they come out regardless, you know, regardless of how their team's doing. That's what happened in Nicaragua for the men's tournament, is their crowds were good no matter what, even though the team wasn't exactly lighting the world on fire in any way. All right. A lot of weird stuff going on in this tournament with the power outages. USA had a power outage in the middle of their match against Honduras in the second half last night. They had another one at the start of this game. Canada earlier today, when they were playing Honduras, their scoreboard just like died for some reason. Caused a delay. Sarah Martin showed out well. Banks showed out well. And Satali's in the starting lineup again, which is awesome. All right. I don't know much about this Costa Rica side, guys. I'm going to be honest with you. I really don't know what to expect. But they looked good against Canada yesterday. I know that for sure. Actually, Canada and Costa Rica both looked really good yesterday. Commentators mentioning the potential advantage of having a few extra hours of rest. I personally have never gone through something like this where I could say one way or the other if that's actually definitive or not, but it is a curious thing. You know, those extra 4 hours or so of time, is that enough that the fatigue is a different conversation? And we're off. Only 18 minutes late. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Who do you guys think scores first? I actually think Costa Rica will score first. That's my prediction. commentators talking now about the U.S. yesterday and how it took them a while to start getting those back post runs going. He's spoken kind of harshly about that yesterday and now, but he's absolutely correct. Like there were several times where there were missed opportunities because the ala on the opposite side's not making the run, or the pivot's not cutting to that post in time, depending on the cycle of play. And so I'm curious to see how the U.S. shows up tonight in this match, because you're going to want every chance you can get against the Costa Rican side. But another reason I think Costa Rica will score first is United States yesterday, they started a little slow, and I think it was first game tournament jitters. And that kind of gets me thinking, like, I wonder if that's going to be just a style of play from this team, if they ramp up slow and then just keep going. So let's see. Let's see if Costa Rica scores first, like I predict. You guys are just joining in. Welcome in. See a few more people trickling in. Appreciate you guys being here. We are watching USA versus Costa Rica in the women's CONCACAF Futsal Championship. We just got started. We're only about a minute and a half into the game. Big delay for a power outage. See if we can build something out of the back here. Good vision from Satali there. Just a little spicy. First attempt, way off target. But Costa Rica with the first attempt. US controlling the play right now, which is good. Oh, cursed him. And Satali's had a couple of past turnovers here. Like 2 or 3 in a row. Commentators talk. I don't know if you guys can hear, if you're watching me and the in the game stream. Commentators talking about like Costa Rica playing for a draw. If it gets late in the game and they see that they've got a draw, that's enough for them to really move on, because Honduras, they can kind of sleep on. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but I can't imagine ever playing for a draw in futsal. Like the pace of this game, you can't do that. It's so difficult to control the pace like that, and you're kind of inviting disaster in a lot of ways. Rudy, what's up, man? Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Some early game jitters, I think, from the US so far. Get Kirsten on the court. That's right, Rudy. She had a brace yesterday. Oh, that's an unnecessary foul. Northern Michigan. Oh, is she from Northern Michigan? What part, Rudy? Do you know? Oh, Satali almost kept it in. Could have been a good counter. Marquette. Ooh. That is Northern Michigan. Hard to get too much northern than that, I think. Yeah, her and Satali showed up big time yesterday, Rudy. I don't know if you got to see the match yesterday, but Satali played really well, and then Kirsten had 2 goals. I mean, it looked good, and they look good together on the court. It's obvious they've played together. Ah, first foul against Costa Rica. We do have Kirsten on the court now, which is good. Did you see her back heel goal yesterday? That was filthy. Oh, they called another foul. Okay. That's a dangerous free kick there, too. She's a boss. Yeah, she is, man. Kind of soft, but. Goal! Let's go! All right, I guessed wrong. I thought Costa Rica would score first. It's a good thing this isn't a betting website. I'd be in trouble. But I'm happy to be wrong. Wow. Great shot. Great shot. That was nice. Had a lot of set piece goals this tournament so far. I like it. All right, USA first on the board. Let's see what they do. If you guys haven't looked at, check out the Q&A at the top of the chat. Submit your goal predictions. Who do you think's going to win, and what do you think the score will be? You know, we saw this yesterday, too. Coach Barato called a really early timeout. They took their timeout really early yesterday, too, in the first 6 minutes. Similar message to yesterday from Coach Barado is kind of like reminding them, hey, look for these opportunities. So I think he's been. It's not often we see someone take. It's not often we see like coaches take a timeout this early, especially when you're winning. And he's done that both games. But he's seen how they're playing, and then taking a chance to, okay, let's bring the team together after watching this opposing team play for 5-6 minutes. I'm going to tell you what I'm seeing, and then we're going to, adjust our strategy based on that. They're not doing A, B, C. We need to do X, Y, Z. So that's interesting. I like it. I've never seen it before, but I like it. And he was looking for the big crosses too. Told him to look for the big switch. Will USA win the group with a win tonight? They will guarantee a semifinal spot for sure, Roger. I don't know if they would technically guarantee first place in the group. But I think but I know for sure they would guarantee a spot in the semifinal. But with Costa Rica facing a very weak Honduras tomorrow, and Canada facing us and being a very good team, I don't think anything's really guaranteed, even with a USA win. Ooh. Is there a foul there we missed somewhere? Huh. Okay. I think there's been a couple of soft fouls both ways so far, but that's all right. Here's the standings, Roger. This is the standings so far. So Mexico today, with their win over Cuba, I think they're guaranteed through already. So they're the first team to be guaranteed through. And then this is where things will really, this is what makes this game so special. Is whatever happens tonight is going to really form the narrative for tomorrow, no matter what. So no guarantees, even with a second win, because we could lose to Canada tomorrow if we win tonight and have a 2-1 that comes down to goal differential. We have a much larger goal differential than Canada, so we would have the tiebreaker, but in theory, but anything's possible. Anything's possible. So I say all that to basically tell you that it's probably, if we win tonight, it's pretty confident we stay in first. It would take like a failure of catastrophic proportions tomorrow for us not to get first, but it's not mathematically impossible. Hey, Juan, what's going on, man? Good to see you, dude. Welcome in. We're enjoying some Michigan magic in the women's team right now. Kirsten was awesome yesterday, and Satali played really well. That Henderson's got a hell of a boot. A couple players on Costa Rica looking frustrated. There's a lot of time in this game, and it's only 1-0. No need to be that frustrated. Here, Costa Rica. In fact, here we go. Good save. I'm really impressed with how many people are watching these streams. There's actually way more people watching these women's games than watch the men's CONCACAF tournament, which is awesome. Here we go. Big switch, maybe? Good build-up play out of the back here. Being patient by the U.S. Ooh, big scoop. Oh, boy. Bad giveaway. I've noticed this women's team really likes the short kick-ins. Great save. Ooh, rebound out of bounds. If that's not a warning shot, I don't know what is. Great initial save to get down. Uh-oh. Costa Rica on the counter again. Oh, bad miscommunication. Got lucky we didn't get hit on that one. Costa Rica definitely getting a bit of a momentum swing in their direction right now, I think. Luna's back on the court. Her passes haven't been as precise as usual tonight. Hey, yes, let's go, Sitalali. Pretty close up there. Luna, Luna. What do you think, Juan? Do we see her in FCS action next year? I think she could beat some of the dudes. Not gonna lie. Eight and a half to go. The magician never reveals his secrets. So yes. Hopefully. I'd love to see her in action again. That NFPL season was so cool. Watching her and her sister play, and who went to WPSL for you guys? Can't remember her name. Ooh, what a volley. They practiced with the men's team before they left. No kidding. Is there footage? Bet there are some good battles in that practice. No, we didn't want to embarrass the guys. That's what I'm saying. I think she could beat some of the dudes. Very talented player. I've always really enjoyed watching her play. I wouldn't even sub in, dude. Like, nah, I'm good. You guys got it. Ooh. Full shove. And Costa Rica really looking good this game. USA 2. Ismaelito? Is that how you say your name? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Birmingham Futsal, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Hey, thanks for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ismaelito. Uh-oh. That's awesome. Well, welcome to the stream. We appreciate having you here. Ooh. Vitali's just too strong. Any footage of Juan playing in any Olay matches? Any scrimmages? Taking on Sammy? All right. This is dangerous. Just kidding. Pretty wide. Have you really? That's awesome, man. I've been doing some pickup, but that's nowhere near to the level what you guys do. And fouls have been fairly even this game. No one really in foul trouble right now, though. Any score predictions from you guys out there? Ooh. Hmm. I like how FCs have a better score bug than yeah, yeah, we do, man. This CONCACAF score bug is kind of disappointing. It's almost like they took it from somewhere else that isn't futsal and recycled it. Like, where's the foul counter? And it looks like which I mean, I don't have a problem with this part. It just doesn't look quite as clean format-wise. But it's a great resource to use. Say, Brian Reese, I know, I don't know if he's here right now, but when he was doing Columbus streams, he was really a one-man show for production. So he'd put a camera on the timer and I mean, it was an absolute must because he didn't have the manpower. But woo, almost an equalizer for Costa Rica. Wow. Very lucky they didn't make that back post run. Put Kirsten back in. Yeah, you know what? Oh, there she is. They heard you, Rudy. Coach Rudy. I think they just literally just put her in. That's awesome. What do you from other countries think about the futsal that Sporting practices? I think Sporting is one of the best in the world to do it. For sure. And I know I'm not the only one in the chat who thinks that way. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm really surprised. Hang on a second here. Sorry, hang on. I think this is their year to beat Palma too, by the way. There we go. Okay. I think this is their year. I think this is their year they beat Palma. I know they've got them in the semifinals, but I think the fact that Zikite, oh, Ismailito, Zikite is one of my favorite players. I love that guy. And he seems like a good person. I've not met him, obviously, but like his smile, like even when he smiles, like it's contagious. When he smiles, I smile. I can't help it. And he's young, he's very talented, he's very strong. Love it. I think he's going to be the next big name in futsal. If the referees allow it, oh, you know, you're not wrong. There's been some weird stuff. That's for sure. Three and a half minutes to go. It's only 1-0 still for the USA. Ooh. It's a little out of reach for Kirsten. Oh, that would be cool. If you could play against him. Oh, yeah, that's way out. Come on. Diego, ready to take the kick in? If they could get Henderson on the end of a shot, yesterday her shots were lethal. If we can get her down the line and get her on the end of something. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Looks like they just got tangled up, but her arm was really... Yeah, the Costa Rican player had her arm all the way up at elbow in her forehead. Kind of crazy. Oh, wait, did they call the foul against Kirsten? Oh, no, goalie throw. I was going to say. I returned to playing futsal this season and received an offer to play in the under-23s of a team in the Portuguese second division. Oh, man, that is awesome. Congratulations. That is really cool. Congratulations. I'm always a little jealous of what Portugal has for futsal in general. Hopefully, the U.S. can get there someday. Hopefully, in my lifetime. Oh, what in the world? What in the world is going on here? Oh, I see. I'm not the only one. Yeah, there's some good people doing good work, I think. We're getting there. You guys included. We're chipping away. Ooh, wow. Yeah, I agree with the commentator on that one. I think that's the most potent effort that Costa Rica's had so far. The big four are far ahead of the other teams. Yeah, I've heard that, and I know those clubs have some pretty big backing from their parent organizations. But but I think the exposure that it creates is really good and gives you guys a fighting chance from top to bottom to get to where you want to be. Oh, please. What? I think that's our fifth foul, isn't it? Yeah, they made a meal of that one. That wasn't that bad. Okay, well, we got less than a minute to go. So hopefully that foul trouble hopefully isn't too critical. Gave her a bop. Yeah. And anytime you roll more than like twice, you're overselling it. Futsal in schools is the key. If it happens, then we advance the game. Yeah. That's something that who were we talking about this with? I can't remember which live stream we were doing. It might have been when we were watching the NFPL final. But I think we were talking about that because the owner of Futsal Focus, I talked to him about that for a while once, and he couldn't understand why that hadn't been done in the United States yet. But I kind of explained to him that, each state has its own kind of set of regulations and, rules of engagement that go along with those kinds of introductions. And it's not as simple as just enacting it nationwide. That would take a pretty big... And I'm not sure we have the right people in the country ready to do that just yet. Lack of investment made by federations and clubs, which makes it difficult for the league. Ah. Is that because of so Ismaelito with the smaller clubs, are they tied to doing the investment piece? Eugh. Oh, no kidding, one. You know, I was talking to someone today about I was talking to somebody today about the Saphira player that's the Pivo, and they spoke very highly of her. Halftime. It's halftime. How's that look? Huh. Pretty intense half. She's the daughter of one of their directors, so no surprise why she's so good. Oh, yeah, she's living it then, huh? Eat, sleep, breathe it a little bit. I'd love to see Saphira come out to one of our FCS tours. I think that'd be cool. If we can, maybe we can get him down to that Maryland one. Massachusetts? I was going to ask you that. I couldn't remember where they were from. I'm looking them up right now. Yeah, they are. Yep. You're right. You're right, one. Luke, what's up? Go Massachusetts. Whoops. Oh, Luke's using our new commands already. Got busted last night. Ended up in the quotes section. Is Melito, is that question for Birmingham Futsal? I think you're going to like his story. Oh, me too? Oh, I'm not important. I'm just a fan. I'm just a big fan of futsal, and that's how I started the channel. And, you know, in the United States here, a lot of people, they really don't know what they're missing out on with futsal, I don't think. So I thought that it was important that we created. I'll do videos about things that are going on, big tournaments globally, but I try to cover the US primarily. And then the other thing I like to try and do is these live streams like this and do watch-alongs. We also do live streams where we interview people. We've interviewed Birmingham Futsal before. There's some really good people out there that I think their story needs told. So that's the big thing for me, is just using this platform to showcase other people that are actually doing really good things for futsal right now. Oh, you guys are telling secrets on me in the chat. Stop it now. Stop it. I do also help a league here, as I've now been outed in the chat. But the reality is, I have a very good team around me for that too. And what I do for that is, I sometimes question its importance. I think that the team around me is the ones that make that happen more than me. Jennifer, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is 1-0 USA. A single goal, really great goal, really beautiful goal. But it's been a grind of a game. Amish? Question mark? But there's actually a Q&A at the top of the chat. I think if you guys click in that, it highlights your answers. I don't know. I've never used the Q&A before, so if you guys want to test that out, that'd be sweet. But this will be the first women's futsal game I've ever watched. Oh, Jennifer. Oh, you're gonna like this. Trust me, this is good. And this is a good first game. This is gonna set your standard very high, because this is probably game will really dictate how the rest of this group plays out. So keep an eye out on what this does to the standings. It's going to be a doozy. Glad to have you guys here. I think I'm lagging a little bit. Are you guys getting some lag from me? I'm a bad streamer. I got to up my game a little bit if I want to get it to the next level. Oh, you know what it is? See a stutter. In fact, you might not even hear me saying this right now. There we go. Yeah, I wonder if that was my VPN causing that stuttering. I'm sorry, guys. Jennifer, yeah. One answer to your question. Yeah, Kirsten, is it Kornecki? Am I saying that right, one? Or Rudy? Oh, they're actually playing highlights. Luke. There's the goal right there if you guys are watching along. Off a set piece. Korienik. Wow, why did I struggle with that so bad, dude? Korienik. Kornek. Okay, hang on. Which one? About Morocco. Yeah, that Morocco finish today was nuts, Luke. Holy cow. Tanzania? I had no idea. I had no idea that they were going to keep up with Morocco. I would have never guessed that in a million years. Kind of changes my outlook on how the African nations are going to perform at the Women's World Cup, honestly. If Tanzania plays with that much heart, they should be able to keep up with most of the group of women's teams that have qualified so far. So that's very interesting. They did almost pull off an upset. Yeah, last, 10 seconds, 11 seconds? Morocco snuck that third goal in and won the game. Rudy is right. He announced a ton of their women's games. Hey, yeah, that's right, Juan. Don't you question the king. All right? Kornek. I've said it several times. What do you really do? Sorry, I couldn't catch it. Oh, so I just mentioned that I do help run a league here in the US, but my team, the team around me, does most of the heavy lifting. I'm just a figurehead. I don't really do anything. But this is where we really have a lot of fun. This is this channel is very laid back. We like to hang out, build up the community here, talk honestly about stuff, and just enjoy futsal, regardless of where it's from. So, Esmelito, if you're interested in the league I'm affiliated with, I'll post a link in the chat. It's a really cool league. I think you'll like it, and we're going to be really busy over the summer. So you'll get to see some of the work we do with some teams that don't normally play with us. Spoiler. But that link I just posted in the chat, that's our YouTube channel if you want to check us out. There's some good stuff on there. I want to know the history of the blue floor in futsal. Me too. What's up with that? I actually don't know the answer to that. I think that this particular floor is just blue in this arena because if you look up photos of the dome in Guatemala City and you see like what other events they've done in here, like you'll see volleyball lines on this court and it's still this blue, but like with a red court over top of it. So I'm wondering if just the base level of this floor is blue. I really like the black floor in UEFA. I think that's my favorite futsal floor. I really don't know how futsal works in the US. Neither does the US. We're pretty bad at it, man. I'll be honest with you. We're pretty bad at futsal here, but we're getting better. Yeah, we don't know either. We don't know. Look. I think that's water polo. Probably the most affordable color. It might be. That is very, very possible. I don't know. I like that UEFA black floor. I think it's clean. I cannot wait to see it in action here. Is it this weekend? Or right? This weekend is the final, right? Friday and Sunday? Or Friday and Saturday? Friday and Sunday, I believe. I think they typically take a day off in between, don't they? Yes, Birmingham Futsal. Thank you. Yes. Birmingham, what's your predictions for the semifinal? Who do you think goes through to the final? I mean, I know who one of your teams is going to go through that you're going to say, but I want to know the other one too. Is Luke being historical or unserious? Well, based on that second comment he just made, I'm going with unserious. We are not bringing a black floor on the tour. Let me just say it right now. Don't say that about the blue floor. And my team was blue. Oh, your team's a blue floor too? Cartagena? Yeah, I'm not sold on Kairat. I don't know. I don't know. I think Cartagena too. I think Cartagena and Sporting, and I would actually, and I'm not pandering to the crowd here when I say this, but I'd like to see Sporting win it all, really. But Cartagena is my second choice, just because they're not someone we've seen often, and I kind of like when we see new teams in the sport or new teams, making, shaking things up. I like that underdog story. So I'm big on that. Maybe for U.S. men's and women's coach. I like it. I don't know. I bet if Diego does well in this tournament, I wouldn't be surprised if he becomes a permanent men's coach after that. I know he's interim right now, but it seems like a lot of these, specifically in CONCACAF, it seems like a lot of the countries use the same coach for both the men's and the women's. Would not be surprised if whoever moves forward with this does both. They're jamming in the arena, man. Got the United States and Costa Rica's third warm-ups of the day after that power outage. Luke, you missed another power outage, man. Must be every time the U.S. plays. I don't know. The goalie warming up. That's the Safira one. Yeah, Luke, the game started like 20 minutes late. I popped open the stream, went live here, popped open the stream for the US game, and nobody's on the court, power's out. Just like, oh, there we go. There we go again. All right. I'm just going to go ahead and fix all my score bugs now, because otherwise I will forget. So turning off all the halftime markers. Let's reset our fouls. I need to pull up the rosters again too. That's what I forgot to do. Wanted to look at the women's rosters. News. All you need to know. Rosters. Here we go. As you guys can hear, I've clicked on it several hundred times, so I know exactly where it is. You're right. You're right, one. That is Martha Lord is from Safira. Here we go. It's the tariffs. I heard FCS wants to sponsor Futsal News to go to the Women's World Cup. I don't mind that rumor floating around, but I don't think it's going to happen. But let's get that rumor started. I'll go. I'll go to the Philippines. Why is there not a crowd? Is it a closed qualifier or not enough buzz? Not enough buzz. So the last game of the night last night for Guatemala was pretty full. I think the dome holds 10,000 people. And I'd say there was probably about, I mean, I'm not great at guessing attendances just by eyeballing them, but from what I could see camera side, might have been 500-600 people there, which I thought was pretty good. Let's see if I can figure out. Domo Polideportivo. Oh, capacity is only 7,500. That's still pretty big. Current spectators 10. Yeah, you know, that's my... You're exactly right. That's my... that's something Luke and I talked about quite a bit last night on our stream, was like that. It's not just CONCACAF that does this. It seems like all the federations book in a stadium that's way too big, like completely unnecessarily big. And I don't know if it's I don't know if it's like only stadiums this size have enough space for a FIFA court in these countries, or if they have a budget they have to burn, so they just spend it all. I don't know. I don't know, but it's kind of silly. I've been watching the AFCON. And like their stadium in Rabat that they were in is probably similar size, maybe a little bigger than this. And when Morocco was playing, they were filling it up. Like it was probably 80% capacity for all of their games, and the final was full. Pretty damn close to full, if not a sellout. But Morocco, I think, is a special case. Morocco is one of those countries that actually cares about futsal. It seems like they've got a good fan base. For the facilities like dressing rooms. Yeah, you know, I think that's something that maybe we take for granted in the United States, is like even with having the basketball infrastructure we do from high school up through professional, we can access that kind of stuff fairly easily. You know, the Akron team, Innovation City, I mean, they found a home, and they found it for an affordable price compared to some similar buildings, and got way nicer amenities like lockers and stuff like that. And they were able to do it right in Akron, nice small town. But the court size technically is just a little short. Like it's FIFA regulation range, like Aquinas is in Grand Rapids. If you guys are looking for a reference out your guys' way, it's the same size as that, but it's technically not a true 40 meter by 20 meter, which is the end game. Yeah, Birmingham. I think that's something that people take for granted here for sure, is we've got really nice facilities. That's why it kind of frustrates me when we can't hit certain standards here, or when teams won't try to meet certain standards here. Is there are tons of options out there, tons and tons of options. We've got it really good. Wow, there's another great goal for Martin. All right. Great back heel. Oh, left-footed. Oh, I'll watch that one again. Yes, please. Nice. Yeah, Martin has been an offensive machine for us so far these first two games. Did she have a hat trick in the first game, Luke? I'm trying to remember. Or was it only two? Yes, hat trick. Yeah, okay. I thought so. So she's got 5 in the tournament in 2 games so far. There's a lot of time left in this match. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Appreciate you guys being here. This is fun. Helps that my team's winning, but always enjoy being here with you guys. There we go. Oh. If US win tonight, they win the tournament. Not a bad shout. I mean, they will for sure. If they win tonight, they will for sure qualify for the World Cup, in my opinion. 100%. If we knew this sport existed before, we would have been with you longer. Hell yeah. You get the bug for it. You do. Like once you get into futsal, like it grabs you, you know? You can't help but fall in love with it. I'm always shocked by people who don't enjoy it in the United States because I feel like it solves a lot of Americans' problems with soccer. So when people aren't interested in it here, like, I mean, you can not be interested in it. That's okay. But I'm just always a little surprised by that because I feel like it solves a lot of those problems that the American fan doesn't like about outdoor soccer. Good answer to that question. Yeehaw. That's awesome, Luke. Are you getting a lot of people showing up to those drop-in play like scrimmages you're doing, those free plays? My group has been up and down that I've done over the years, and part of it is inconsistency with doing it. But I got a core group of friends that we play futsal all together on Friday nights most of the year. And they come from all different backgrounds. They're all different talent levels. And we just play for fun. It's massively laid back, super, super laid back. Not very competitive at all. But it's a good balance of the competitive people find their minutes and their touches. Like there's these moments of flair that happen between some of the good players when they're up against each other. City pickup. Yeah. Girls TPing houses. Yeah. Yeah, we're averaging like about one night when I started it back up for this year. I think we got up to 22, and we played a full size 40 by 20 court and rotated teams every few minutes and just kept it really fast paced. Because two of those 22 were younger guys, like 13 and 15 years old. And they had done practice before they joined us, so they were kind of just subbing in for us. And then, but really, we're averaging about 15 people a night, which is good. Like, we could make 3 teams out of that and rotate on and off the court every few minutes, or first to 2 goals is a lot of times what we do, or first to 8 minutes. Just pick up on a basketball court. Hey, for pickup, though, that's okay. Like, sometimes we end up on a small kids court. Beer league futsal minus the beer, but that level of talent. That's pretty much what we do, Jennifer. It started out as a beer league, and then we got too old to play and drink beer without, making ourselves sick. So now we play and then we drink beer. But the early days, all those friends I made that are still my friends now, 12, 13 years later, are, we started out drinking sangria and eating Pizza Hut and playing futsal. And we just have all stayed friends over the years. So some of my closest friends, some people that were in my wedding, were people I met through futsal. So it's a great sport and a great community. It really is. Cornick's back in. I want to see Henderson off of a set piece here. She had a couple of absolute rocket ships of launches yesterday. If they give her a chance to open up and take a big step here on the ball, Costa Rica, they're going to have to watch out. Uh-oh. Great step from the goalkeeper. Bring me the violence. She was pretty physical yesterday. She gonna suplex? What is she known around the GR as an enforcer or what? Oh, great find there. Ooh. She's feisty. She's a bull. Yeah, yesterday she was they were writing letters back to some Honduran families, I think, yesterday. Oh, right there, she locked up that girl right there. That was awesome. She's frustrating the hell out of them. I heard she met a bear in the UP wilderness and choked it out and dragged it home. I would believe it at this point. She's been she's been really, really strong. I like a strong Pivo. And that Pivo Fixo battle is timeless in futsal. Yin and yang. Okay. Watch Henderson on this if she gets her step. Oh, she dumped it back off. I like Henderson. Oh, here we go. Oh. Working on her PhD. Wow. Ooh, close call there. Great toe poke. Wow, look at the spin on that. That was a great poke. I'm a sucker for a good toe poke. Foul on Costa Rica. Yeah, thank you very much. Costa Rica getting frustrated. Let's see if we can get some silly fouls here. Yeah, Juan, for sure they're getting frustrated. Banks is a great captain. Yeah, Banks has been really... I've been really impressed with her so far. All right. How have the refs been? This game or in general? This game's not been terrible. Couple moments where I've been biased, but I mean, they're not horrific calls. I just have been a little biased that they've gone against us, I think. But there's been a couple of weird misses by the referees during this tournament, actually, that I'm really surprised at this level that a FIFA official is missing. Like, there was a really blatant foul in the arc in the Costa Rica versus Canada game yesterday that I was really surprised there was no call at all. It happened right in front of the official. Slide from behind, inside of the arc. Ooh, nearly an opportunity there. And then on top of that, like in the follow through, her knee went into like the back of her calf. Like she really got trampled. And there was zero call. And I was just really stunned by that. And then there's been a couple other times, like I think was it yesterday in the Mexico-Guatemala game? There was just like a couple of funky calls where I'm like, what the heck? But I don't think it changed. It wasn't anything that changed the game. I don't think anything changed the outcome of the game, really. Although that Costa Rica-Canada match, arguably, maybe. Canada-Costa Rica refs were, yeah. Yeah, didn't that seem a little, yeah. It seemed a little suspicious. I got a couple texts from some Canadian friends of mine that were like, man, this happens every tournament. They were not happy. But specifically that one call was just like a really glaring, obvious miss, and it right in front of the referee. Yeah, that scissor slide. Yeah. Yeah, right in front of the official, too. I mean, he was right on top of that. Ooh. Tran has been pretty good for us, too. She just did a inadvertent header, I think, there. I don't think she was planning on heading that ball, but sometimes at the... Ooh! This game is one goal away from breaking wide open. I agree. I agree. In the tournament, have they flown the goalie at all? The U.S. has not won, but we have seen a couple fly keepers. Canada did it. Yeah, Canada did it and scored instantly, like the minute they threw the fly on. And then, well, they did a fifth attacker, I should say. Mexico's been flying their keeper a little bit. She likes to creep up to the half court. She's almost gotten. Oh, that was a good opportunity there. She's almost got caught out on that a couple of times in the Cuba match, where she almost got caught out and they got an easy goal. But she also had a couple of really close shots that were nearly goals too. Oh, refs have been. I just noticed your comment, Luke, about refs being slow to blow the whistle. Yeah, a little slow, I think. Like almost thinking about it a second time before they make the call. Uh-oh. Good kick save. Yeah, I love that too, Jennifer. Like literally, that's the beauty of futsal is literally every single player has to contribute. You got to be ready for anything. The keepers got to be ready to use their feet. Attackers need to know how to defend. Defenders need to know how to attack. I mean, it's just such a great all-around sport for all-around athletes. Good little scoop there. Ooh. Man, Costa Rica knocking on the door like crazy. Now what? Uh-oh. This is dangerous. Costa Rica looking dangerous. Used her head to block a chip. Man, goalies are crazy, man. They're actually nuts. Yeah, Costa Rica is looking dangerous. Thank you, everyone who's tuning in. Appreciate you guys being here. This has been a fun game. Really exciting game. I really like the way the United States looks, though, in this match. We got 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go still, but I like the way we look. Keepers are next level for sure. Oh, yeah, they're nuts. They are crazy. Okay, here we go. Good job. Average age of teams. Yeah, you know what? I noticed a lot of teams kind of took a same approach as what you just said about some young players and then some like 2 or 3 vets. Oh no! Costa Rica's through. I thought Satali had her off balance there for a minute. A lot of game left, guys. Anything could happen. Man, she was just able to handle that Satali challenge really well. You know what else I noticed this game is I don't think we've seen Satali and Kirsten on the court at the same time, and they had some really good hookups yesterday. We're also going to walk a hole in the floor. This commentator is really pushing the narrative of Costa Rica should just go for a tie today. And it's actually kind of driving me crazy. I understand what he's trying to say, that, hey, you know, Honduras is almost a guaranteed win, but if you only earn a point, like let's say, wonder what the standings look like goal differential wise. If you for some reason don't perform offensively against Honduras, and let's say Canada and United States, result doesn't go your way, I don't know. If you have a chance to win it, why wouldn't you just win it in 2 games and guarantee your spot? Wow. Hit it. Ooh. Henderson's got a great shot. She's making him work. So you got Martin and Henderson on the floor. Or no, that's Tran. I'm sorry. That was Tran. I thought Henderson was number 3 for some reason. But she's number 4. Six and a half to go. That keeper roll out and dribble. I was talking about that yesterday. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yes, she is. Yeah, very comfortable. Great on her feet. I love it. I mean, if they're not going to challenge you, why not? Get that ball moving up the court. And she's what, 20? I think she's young. Ooh. Boom. Oh, no way. Oh, a rare miss from Martin. Oh, no. Oh, no. Dang. Shake that one off and pretend it didn't happen. Yeah, that's hey, what I tell you guys beginning of the stream, you're gonna get some faces out of me, some facial expressions. That's I'm 80% facial expressions. I own it though. Omega sad. Yeah. Yep. And these final minutes. Ooh, hang on. I can't watch this and talk. Holy crow. These final minutes could be really insane, guys. This could Rudy, I think, was the one that mentioned earlier how it feels like this game's just like one goal away from getting busted wide open, and I still feel that way. Like that could be that goal for Costa Rica wasn't quite as quick of a catalyst as I expected, but we could see this thing come completely undone and have a flurry of goals here. Could be a really exciting end of the match. Yeah, right in front of the ref. You're not going to get away with that one. My allergies kill me. Must be that tornado that stirred everything up yesterday around here. Needs the ball. USA needs the ball. Need to control the tempo now. Yeah, I'd love to see that. I'd love to see more of that. That little passing exchange they had there for a moment before the Henderson foul. You could see they were looking and working the defense and trying to pull them out of position. We need more of that. Some build-up play. Hanks back out there. Oh, that was pretty far off. Commentator made that sound closer than it was. Don't force it. You hear the intensity in the building getting higher too. More and more people yelling. Volume's getting a little higher. Oh, that's a nice little exchange. Ooh. Get up quick. Get up quick. Wow, look at the speed on Henderson. Yeah, gotta be a foul. Yeah. And a yellow. All right. Fifth foul against Costa Rica, too. That's good pressure that we need right now. Make them think about being physical. The gold sendas. Ooh, yeah. I actually just switched away from sendas back to Homa. We could go ahead and start that debate in the chat. Yeah, it sounds like Coach Barato's focus has been on getting them to kind of shore up the defense a little bit. I think that's a smart conversation to be had because when Costa Rica's gotten the ball, they've gotten pretty far down the court compared to the first half and had definitely more of the opportunities here recently. Oh, the Adidas cut up his feet. Really? Dang. Yeah, I like Homas so much. When I bought these new shoes, actually right before the FCS final, they didn't come in time. But I also bought some street shoes of theirs, some sneakers from them too, and they're super comfortable. Super, super comfortable. I love them. They came all the way from Spain. Watch them on the little DHL tracker. Costa Rica with the 5th attacker. Good thing Coach Barado talked defense. Good press. Keep the shape, though. Good. Ooh, forced a turnover. Good job, Satali. Ooh, bad touch from Costa Rica there. We got lucky. Would not mind an insurance goal here. I don't know about you guys, but 2 minutes, 23 seconds. Guatemalan fans starting to come in for their game and cheering on the game. That's cool. Man, this commentator, I miss Chris. That's all I'll say. I miss Chris doing these. The guy just goes for like minutes without saying a word. I suspect he doesn't know much about the game. We've seen that happen before with CONCACAF where they just bring in announcers. And they might even be big names sometimes, but they don't know futsal. And so we don't get to hear good conversation about it. Ooh, come on. Come on. Oh. Yeah. All right, here we go. Coming up on 60 seconds. Unless there's 4 goals in these 60 seconds, my goal prediction's definitely wrong. Come on, guys. Yeah, this has been a bit of a stalemate here. Commentator was just saying that going for a handball, but ref's not giving it. Be patient. Keep the shape. Just be patient. Don't panic. Good D. And Satali's come up huge there in that corner twice now in a row. Don't let him cut to that middle. Back post is open. Step across. Oh, no. Oh, man. I said it. That back door was open. 14 seconds left. Oh, man. Man. Man, oh, man. I think yeah, you're right, Rudy. I shouldn't have said anything. I shouldn't have complained. Wow. Costa Rica got lucky on that one. Wow. What drama. What drama. Shoot. I can't believe that. So tomorrow, great game. Yeah, great game. So tomorrow's huge. Tomorrow's absolutely huge now because the commentator is right. A draw is enough for Costa Rica to be comfortable tomorrow. Honduras has not looked good at all. But I mean, this puts a lot of pressure on the United States against Canada tomorrow, and that's going to be a tough match. That's going to be a tough match against Canada. Hate to see it end like that, and even more so to see the kick-in violation to lose position with just a minute left. Yeah, the U.S. missed a couple chances there. There was that sitter, too, that they missed. Where Banks missed that back post kick-in. That's futsal sometimes. Costa Rica coming up big when it mattered most. I had a feeling, I mean, a couple people I talked to were, asking what I thought. Talked to a couple people on the phone today. And I just thought that the Costa Rica side we saw in the friendlies would not be the same one we see in a tournament. Tournament changes things a lot. And they certainly looked really, really good compared to the results we saw the U.S. bring home previously during those friendlies. So definitely the most exciting match of the tournament so far, like I thought it would be. 2-2. Wow. Just couldn't quite find a way to punch it in that second half the way we needed to. Whew, a couple close calls from Costa Rica, too, I forgot about in that second half. Rudy, did we see any more Kirsten after that? I remember you making a comment that we hadn't seen her after that collision. And then I think we saw her once, but I don't think she played a lot of minutes this game. I felt like she played way more against Honduras, and she was definitely an impact player. And I'm still surprised her and Satali weren't on the court at the same time at any point. But this was a great game. This was a really good game, really exciting game. Good for futsal. So the next match is in an hour, which is crazy because this match was delayed by 20 minutes because of the power outage. And we're still an hour ahead for the next game. That's kind of wild. But there was a lot of flow in this game. There wasn't a lot of out of bounds, not a lot of restarts. Man, I was just listening to the commentator do the highlights of the game there. That's that one stings a little bit for the US fans, but good match, really exciting match. So our next game is not for another hour, like I said. I think I was debating yesterday when Luke was on with me. I was debating whether I was going to hang out for it or not, but I think I am. I think I'm going to hang out and watch this next one. I want to see if that Guatemala game last night was a fluke or not. So we'll see. So if you guys are interested to hang around or come back for the kickoff, excuse me, I'm going to take a super quick break and grab a drink to wet my whistle, and then we'll be back at it. So we can chat about whatever you guys want to. If we want to talk, a lot of good stuff going on right now in futsal. The women's final for AFCON was insane today. CONCACAF has been full of action, of course. We got Champions League action right around the corner. We talked about that a little bit earlier. We can talk about that some more. FCS tours coming up. Lots to talk about. So I'm going to grab a quick break here, just a couple minutes, literally just a couple minutes. And then I will be right back, guys, okay? I'll catch you in just a minute. All right, guys, we are back. If anyone's still here, I know for most of us that was the big game, was the USA game. So if you're taking off, I totally understand. I appreciate everybody being here in the chat with us. Really enjoyable game. Oops. Really, really good game. So this next match is going to be not interesting in the sense that like it's going to be a banger, but interesting to see how Guatemala responds to their loss from yesterday. They did not show up in front of their home crowd very well. Luke and I were actually kind of stunned by how low the quality was. So I'm curious to see where this goes. Let's get the poll back up. You guys like the poll better than you like the Q&A. Statistically, although we've only had one Q&A ever. But let's see here. Who you got? My classic line. Panama. What is it? E-M-A-L-A, right? Oh god, I hope this is spelled right. You guys have a word that you just have zero confidence in when you're spelling it, no matter how many times you've spelled it? Let's find something to talk about here. Kind of want to look and see what UEFA's got put together for the Champions League. Is anybody planning on watching the Champions League? I'm trying to find out what's the time difference. All right, it's 3 in the morning in France now, so that means we're 6 hours behind. Right? And these kickoff times... I'm pretty sure UEFA has a calculator where the kickoff times are local time. Let's see. Let me share this with you guys. Boom. Okay. And then let's get this out of here for now. We get back. We can leave the banner up. So yeah, noon. Pirat versus Cartagena, excuse me. Yeah, this is local time. I'm fairly certain. So that's noon Eastern. This should be an interesting match. I think both matches will be really entertaining. And I think I give the edge to Cartagena. It's their debut in a semifinal, which is cool. I like that. So I like cheering for teams that are, you know, not the usual teams. And I just think they're the better team anyway. So this will be very, very interesting if they make it through. It's kind of where Palma was a few years ago, where they kind of had that debut season that kind of triggered this massive movement for them. So I hope this is something kind of similar. And the Spanish league is super competitive, so these guys will definitely be sharp for the game. And this one is going to be really intense. Couple Battle of the Titans right here. Palma going for the first ever Futsal Champions League three-peat. So that will be interesting. Do they get it? That's very tough. It's very tough to repeat, let alone three-peat. So this will be, I think this will be tough. Tough for Palma. If you guys have the UEFA TV app, that's how you want to catch these games. Well, this is kind of a cool hype video. Oh, I like that. That's cool. That's really cool. Rod's fifth semifinal against Spanish opposition. Huh. How do they come up with these stats? Previous tournament appearances. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is their 11th appearance. Colorado made the elite round in all 18 seasons under this format and got past it 9 times. Have played a record 109 matches in this competition and an unmatched 21 entries. Wow, that's really cool. Yeah, they're a good team. That's Kazakhstan, by the way. They come out of Kazakhstan, pretty big futsaling country that probably doesn't get enough credit historically. Oh, wow. That's interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other teams have won the title in their debut season. That's more than I would expect to see. I knew that Duda had championship experience before. This line here about him when he was in charge of Murcia. Having final experience. Cartagena, first-time champions in Spain. In the playoff final, they won. I think Sporting. Yeah. I thought so. Sporting has reached the finals a record 12 times. Isn't that wild? 12 times. 2 championships. Looking to be, I think they're, it's probably in here somewhere because I think I saw it somewhere else for Karat, but they would be the, if they win, they'll be the first non-Spanish team to win 3 times. And then Palma has just been on an absolute rip. So their only 2 appearances in Champions League both have been wins. They were hosts in 2023. So in 2023, it was supposed to be hosted, I think, in Poland. And then because of the war between Russia and Ukraine, they changed locations. Poland had a rule about, I can't remember. I might end up saying this wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was something along the lines of like Russian players wouldn't be permitted to play within Poland as kind of part of their protest against the war with Ukraine, the invasion of Ukraine. And so there's a lot of Russian players that were in one of the sides at the time. And so they opted to move the final because of geopolitical reasons. And Palma got to host it. They hosted it. So Palma has 2, they don't have 2 arenas, but they've played in 2 arenas. There's a bigger one that holds like 6,000 people, and that's where they always hold these championship finals when they do them there. And then there's like their usual place they play for their league games, which is quite a bit smaller. I think it holds 2,000. But they played at the big one. And won on penalties against Sporting. And then thumped Barca last year. So yeah, these games, guys, this weekend are going to be really, really good. I would download the UEFA TV app and try and catch these. Or if you have a VPN, that doesn't hurt. That definitely helps to have a VPN. But yeah, some really, excuse me, some really good themes this year. Really interesting bit of history that could potentially be had, regardless of who ends up in the final, regardless of who ends up winning. So that's going to be super high quality futsal, which is going to be great. And then between that, women's AFCON, women's CONCACAF, there's just a lot of good stuff going on. You can catch some great games at pretty much any point in time during this next week, which is cool. And then I believe the AFC qualifiers for the women start next week. I want to say midweek. And those are being hosted in China this year. Let's see. Qualified teams. I think typically Iran, there's not too many. I think there's only 2 other editions of this tournament. I think Iran won them both times. Japan's usually runners up. Thailand is always really good. I know that Australia will be debuting in this tournament as well. I think they're already beginning to travel for it in preparation for it. And I think that the Philippines, which, you know, they're hosts for the Women's World Cup, so they don't need to qualify, but they're still participating in this tournament. And it's their debut as well. But they squeaked through. I think they were the best 3rd place team of all the groups, and that's how they got through. So there was, for those of you that don't know, like leading up to this, there was group contests. There was 4 groups, and the winners and runners up, and then the best 3rd place team of all 4 groups. 1 3rd place team, best team. They were the ones that would move on to participate in this cup. Your champions and runners up from the prior contest make it through, and then your host makes it through, and that gives you your 12 teams. So, I think I'm curious. I'm curious to see how this goes. I think we're going to see the usual suspects win and place, because women's futsal is just still in its infancy in a lot of ways. And although these countries have participated in some other tournaments before, most of them with the exception of those 2 that I said, I just don't see anybody like causing an upset, really. Love to see it. Would love to see a disturbance in the force, but I just don't think it's going to happen.
Vos que nos elegís hace más de 5 años, alegrate, festejá y tirate al piso como ellos.
Oh, looks like there might be an Argentinian game going on right now.
Entre todos los que formamos,
Oh, they're in halftime too.
muchas gracias a todos por mirar.
Trying to find some action for you guys so we can hang out and do something here. There's always this great commercial during halftime of the Argentina Premier League down there. And it's like this song. But you guys can probably hear it now because I have my desktop playing. Like, so it's that guitar song. But like it's a song about, and a video about how the moon landing is fake. So I don't know who pays for this ad space, but like it's crazy. It's like clips of proof why it's fake. And like they show they show a clip where like a guy is on a cord and you see like another astronaut like grab his cord and pull him down. Or you see like these other things that are just like basically why it's a conspiracy and how it could be faked. It always makes me laugh every time I see it. Curious. Let's see what else we got going on here. Oh, if you guys didn't know. Oh, you didn't know? Any fans out there that might know what that is? That's from? If Brian was here, he'd know. Third half, Thursday. That's tomorrow. That'll be at 8 o'clock. So, or maybe 8:15. But we got an expansion team coming in. So I completely lied to everyone when I said that we were done with expansion teams. Turns out we've got one more left in the hat to do. But if you guys are interested in following Futsal Champion Series, check them out on YouTube. And we'll be introducing a new club tomorrow. So that's really cool. I think you guys will enjoy that one. Gerard, are you in the chat? Are you going to be a part of that one? Are you going to be on the third half? Really great podcast the FCS does, guys. You'll really enjoy it. Oh, wrong button. So that is at the same time as the women's game, the U.S. women's game, but maybe we'll find a way to pop over there and see what's going on and how the questions are going and everything. But yeah, tons of good stuff going on. We got the tour coming up too for FCS, which is super exciting. Whoa. Bless you. That was a loud sneeze, little dog. Appreciate everybody being here. Thank you guys so much. We're just having some downtime before the next game, which doesn't kick off for another 35 minutes. So, you guys have something you want to chat about? Doesn't even have to be futsal related. We're just hanging out, building up the community and for futsal and trying to build a good, strong community here and interact with everybody as best we can and have some fun. So. If this game's live yet. The Copa Argentina Futsal. Not quite yet. I think of what I missed that we need to talk about. Think of anything. Excuse me. If you guys haven't already, check out our Discord. We post announcements there for when the games are, any watch parties, any videos, any interviews we do for the channel, or announce there on the Discord. I try to do it on X as well, but I'm not a big fan of. I'm not very good at social media, so I need to work on that. But yeah, I just Discord's where we do a lot of our interaction. There's also live stream links to games so that we can watch games together. Perfect example is these CONCACAF games or the AFCON games that are going on. So as I find stuff, as other people in the community find stuff, we post it. Real easy to find the Italian league on YouTube, real easy to find Argentina, Brazil on YouTube. So we see a lot of that. The domestic games here in the US, we post quite a bit. I got to get better at posting the FCS ones when they go live, but sometimes I'm so hung up on, you know, whatever's going on for FCS at the moment, being involved in the league, that I don't get to do that. But it's a good place to find links to games if you're looking for more futsal. So that's always a good thing. And I will be certain to post things there as the tours go on. So, like I mentioned, FCS is announcing an expansion team this week. And then we'll probably start hearing about the May tour coming up here really soon too, because by then we'll be in May. So end of May, we'll see that first tour. Then we go to Akron, Ohio for June. So it's gonna be really fun. Then July, we're back in Lansing for Nationals. Sorry, guys. So right now I'm watching Ferral versus Deportivo Ristra in Argentina. Put this link in. So we'll watch this till 10 and then we'll get back to CONCACAF action. I'll need to take one more step away at a point here just to feed my fish and then get that all put away. But it'll be quick, so it won't be bad. But yeah, other than that, we'll hang out. Red Audio Visual is the name of the channel, the YouTube channel. I think they do a bunch of other coverage of sports in Argentina too, so it's a little different look. It's not like the league running this per se. So it's kind of their brand. It's not the Argentina League brand. Yeah, refresh your drinks. Hang out with us. We're gonna watch this Argentinian game, domestic match, and then we'll see what's happening in Guatemala. Will we get any more quote of the days out of Jake? Is the question. Let me check something really quick behind me here, but I'll stay on screen. Oh, nice goal. Ristra tie it up 2-2. Nice tap into the back post. Great counter. See you. All right. So this should be a really good break here. We can enjoy this Argentinian game. Hang out with you guys. Well, you know what else I need to do is get the need to get the next game's link into the description. Let's do that. Hopefully there's no more power outages tonight. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Now we go back to the game. Let's see what's going on here. The way these gyms are in Argentina, I notice a lot of times the camera, it's got a good vantage point height-wise, but it's like right over the touch line. It's like almost like an indoor track situation or something where it's like right on the edge in some of these gyms. And it makes following the run of play on the camera side of the court really, really difficult. But yeah, it's curious. Curious why they set it up that way. If it's, I don't know if it's really tight against the wall by the benches and they just don't have room to set up a camera as well. Or if there's no one else up here and they like being away from it all, or I don't know. I'm not sure what the thought process is. Ooh, almost got into some trouble there. Ooh, almost a third goal. I don't know this Ristra very well. I think that this cup contest that they do there, pretty sure it's open to multiple tiers of the futsal ladder. So you see some teams you don't normally see when you're watching their Premier League. Could be dangerous. Snuffed out. Snuffed out. Love seeing the crowd getting into it. Pharaoh has definitely had the better of the possession. But Deportivo Ristra has definitely made the most of the opportunities. Definitely had more potent chances. Looks like they got a little bar in the back there, too. That's kind of cool. Kind of reminds me of Sports Spot a little bit. Oh, an ad. Get out of here. All right. That's it. A little bit of time yet. So I think what we'll do is in a minute here, I gotta feed the fish. So I'll have to step away from the mic for a moment. And then put all that away real quick. So I'll just need a few minutes for that. And then I will just need to, once I put that away, come downstairs and hang out with you guys. So that'll give me plenty of time to be set up before kickoff. So we'll continue to hang out right now, and then just a minute or two, I'll jump to feeding the fish and get that cleaned away in plenty of time. So that'll be good. Ristro really moving the ball around on this one, looking good. Oh, commentator curse. Oh, tough collision there. Is everybody okay? It looked like the Ristra player kind of lost his balance and fell through the Faro player while he was up in the air. And landed hard. Oh, is the Ristra player going to get a yellow for this? It looks like he's got a yellow card out. Ooh, tough knock on the head. Good for him that he's okay. Okay enough to walk off on his own anyway. Right. All right, let's get these fish fed. Cross that off our list of things to do. Bear with me. Oh. All right, we are back. Sorry about that, guys. Bit of a delay. We've got a little less than 10 minutes to go before kickoff. Meanwhile, we've been watching this Argentina game. I've posted the link in the chat. One vote for Guatemala so far for the next match. I don't know. I think Panama's going to run roughshot. I mean, unless Guatemala comes up with something. Oh, 50-50. There's another vote. All right. We got 50-50 now. All right. I think Panama's going to run roughshot. I really do. Guatemala looked horrific yesterday. Hopefully they clean up whatever's going on in their squad and show out better today, but I was not impressed. That's what I saw so far. Oops. Let's see, how quick are they updating the standings? Not. Okay. Can get rid of that. Oh, the stream has gone live. Awesome. Okay, I'm going to start to kill the music here and start to listen into the commentary. That new crest for Guatemala is beautiful. I love it. Looks really good. Okay. So just listening to the commentator there on what's up for grabs in this game. If Panama wins, then the group is set. It's just a matter of who gets first and who gets second. So Panama could lock up the group as far as who progresses to the semifinal with a win tonight. And then when they face Mexico tomorrow, it would literally just be to see who places first and who places second. Other than for the sake of staying sharp, I don't know how much there really is to play for if that scenario plays out for tomorrow, because no matter what, you're going to get a really high quality team out of the other side of Group B. So, I mean, obviously play for pride and play for country as you should, but it's going to be interesting to see, like, how do they line up after that, knowing that. So, this Guatemala side yesterday was very boring to watch, honestly, to a point that I questioned whether we would even do a watch along for this second game tonight. But I really want to see if it was a fluke. If they don't do it, like if they look like they looked yesterday tonight, there's a really good chance I don't extend the stream after the U.S. women's game tomorrow. Because at that point it's boring futsal. It's not fun to watch. But I hope that it's good and entertaining and they turn a little bit of it around. All right, national anthem starting up. Let's see what we come up with here, guys. Here's the link if anybody's looking for it. All right. Aw. I love when they pan on the crowd and you see cute kids like being proud of their national anthem like that. It's really cool. Good to see Santizo back. I know she was having some calf problems in that first game, but she was really good for Guatemala. And when she came out of that match, it completely changed the team. So hopefully she can see the full time. Okie doke. Let's see what we come up with here for this match. Hopefully Guatemala makes it a match. Okay, Panama, Guatemala. Kristen's seen another opportunity. Looks like his fourth official this time. Matt Rodman, too. USA officials at CONCACAF. That's cool. I like I do like Kristen. I think she's a good official. I've not seen her as a fourth official, but I think she does a really good job. When they've used her in the Southwest a couple times for Southwest NFPL matches, I mean, it's clear. It is so evident that the guys out there aren't used to good referees, and they have a good one, and all of a sudden, like, the game's in line. It's really good play. They don't feel like they got to fight and scream for everything. Like, it's just obvious that they're starved of good officials out there. Here we go. Panama starts it off. Let's I'm going to finish up the score bug here for you guys. And then we will be all set to rock and roll. I think Panama's going to run roughshod on this one. I think I said a little bit ago already, but hopefully Guatemala makes it competitive. Their home crowd has been really into it. It's funny, they they boo and they cheer when there's back passes instead of it being, pass forward by the opposing team. Like when the opposing team passes back to their goalie, they tend to boo, which is funny. Yeah. First foul. Okay, so we got Panama in white, Guatemala in blue. Should work. There we go. All right. I remember that Chavez was the one that had one of their goals, one of their only goals yesterday, one of their only bright spots. The other big difference when we were watching this game yesterday compared to the U.S. game was just a lot of balls out of bounds, a lot of turnovers. So curious to see if that's a Guatemala thing or if, Panama can keep this game running. So far, there's been a lot of restarts to start the first minute of the game. How do you think the fan turnout would be if they played in the U.S.? I don't think it'd be much better than what we're seeing now. And I would say that because two reasons. Number one, there's still the problem that most of these countries, none of their fans can travel for it. Most of their fans can't travel for it. You really only see family traveling for it. And then number two, the United States is such a vast country. I'm not sure how many Americans could travel to a central location. Like you would hope that they would, or that they would find a market to host it in that would have a good turnout. There's the goal. This is what I was afraid of. Guatemala is just so static. They don't play well. Look at this. Step up and help your keeper. Or step back then. But you're in no man's land. You're standing right behind your goalkeeper. It's so bizarre to me. Same as yesterday, really early goal to put them on their heels in front of the home crowd. And it looks like there's a lot less crowd there tonight than there was yesterday. So far. But yesterday the crowd did show up kind of late. They were kind of filtering in. But yeah, Professor G, I think that because of the geography of the United States, it might still be hard to fill an arena. So this is a 7,500 seat arena we're watching right now. So it's big. And that's part of the problem too, is when there's not a ton of people in an already oversized arena, what you're not doing yourself very many favors as far as what the optics on that are. It is definitely a beautiful facility. Yeah, they had the CONCACAF championships here in 2021 as well. And then it was empty then too because of COVID. So they had this massive facility that was empty because no one was allowed to be there. But with you guys being in Lansing, you should ask Jeremy about that. He was there. He's played in this facility. Very iconic championship that saw us go back to the World Cup for the first time in the modern history of the game, really. I kind of like the uniqueness of this facility, that it's, you know, circular. You know, it's truly a dome with like a circular architecture. It's kind of unique. I don't know what that does for seating, like, because if you're the first seat, center court, I think you're actually further away from the court than if you're in a corner. So I don't know if that's a weird viewing experience or not, but it is a very cool looking facility. Guatemala, ooh, I was just about to say they're taking better care of the ball, and then they kind of had a unforced turnover. Hopefully at some point they can pan out on the crowd and we can see how many people showed up. I will say very early on here, Guatemala doing a better job of taking care of the ball overall. Still just some kind of rushed passes, but looks better than yesterday. Only 4 minutes in though, so there's a lot of time. So hopefully they settle in and make this competitive, and hopefully this isn't just a burst of energy that they aren't able to see through. Yeah, place is dead. Holy cow. Compared to yesterday. Yeesh. I think they should put these in a smaller facility. I just don't know how much infrastructure there is in these countries that end up hosting these futsal competitions, and what their capacity is. Excuse me. Boy. Wow. They let her walk through on that one, basically. Holy cow. Guatemala's defense is insanely weak. They have no sense of shape. That was a great rocket of a shot, but it wasn't, like, positioning wise of where that shot was, it wasn't very special. And the amount of dribbling she was able to do to get there is kind of crazy. Feels like this is going to get out of hand fast. Yeah, it did yesterday. Ooh, not a bad little volley. Sign of life for Guatemala there. Yeah, I almost wonder if this will be a worse result than the Mexico game yesterday, because, Mexico's not really known as a futsaling country. And they thumped Guatemala pretty good. So I'm curious to see how this one shapes up. Second foul. Kind of gave that one away, but I mean, it's not near as big as yesterday, but you still have a home crowd behind you. You got to figure out a way to get in this game and get them excited and ride that energy. They did for a moment yesterday where they had the crowd on their side, but they just like instantly after that kind of just fell flat almost immediately. Hard to keep the fans that invested for that long when you're losing like this and then can't keep moments together, piecing those moments together. It's going to be hard. They're going to lose faith. They're going to lose interest. They're going to look down at their phones. So I think that's going to be a big component of this. Can they get the crowd back into it? Great save. Got a big old paw on that. That was good. Great to get a little piece of that by the Panamanian player. That was pretty far out ahead of her. Oh, here we go. Oh! Missed the tap in. I think if she lets that cross her body, it's an easy tap in on the right foot, but I don't know. Easy to say from here. She was already on that back foot. Might have been too hard to get that step and reach. This is going to be interesting. I want to see how Panama handles this too. You know, do they get to a point where they're winning that they rest and slow down a little bit and just try and play a possession game? Just try not to get hurt? Or do they keep the gas down on this thing? Mash the gas down on it. Ooh, sign of life for Guatemala. Yeah, me too, Professor G. I think that's why Honduras is having such a hard time is, you know, they had to do that play-in the day before and then face the United States. And the play-in went into extra time. So, ooh, great save. And Guatemala so far looking, I mean, they're still not looking good. Like, they still look kind of flat to me, but they've had a few more moments of interesting moments than yesterday for sure already, even though they don't have a goal. Oh, that's got to be. Is that a yellow? Looks like, well, no, he's reaching for that pocket. I think that Panamanian keeper saved a goal right there. I think if she doesn't step out on that, that's a shot on goal. Do the men play that condensed schedule too? Seems less than optimal. I think they do. I'm fairly certain that they do. CONCACAF crams it all into a week. I'm trying to remember how long AFCON went for. Look real quick after this free kick. Ooh. Nearly. Let's see here. Women futsal final. CAF TV. Okay, here we go. So, match day 1 was 8 days ago. Well, a week ago. Yeah, so AFCON does the same thing. Although, like, they cram it into a week, but they have, they definitely have more breaks in between. Wow, good pressure from Guatemala there. Yeah, AFCON did like a day on, day off, day on, day off. But it was still done over a course of essentially a week. US did little with their free kick that close too. You would think just outside the penalty area, you just blasted at the goal. Yeah. You know, that's a lot of times what the approach is like, hey, let's get it pinballing in there and create some chaos. I think that in both cases, the defense did a really good job of breaking to the ball out of the kick to close down that option for the player receiving the pass. Like, you want to get that off really fast before they can set. I also wonder if they should have, you know, maybe not gone for such a short pass, because it's easy. It's easy in that situation for the defense to shift to protect that. It's not dynamic enough. But I noticed USA likes to do those short kicks out of even kick-ins and stuff too. They do a lot of just like really short kick-ins and then the kicker breaking off. Ooh, that could have been special. Again, that Guatemalan side, their defense is just so suspect. No one protecting the middle. No communication that the middle is even open. A lot of this goes to show that just because there's a women's league in these countries doesn't mean that their futsalers are good or understand the game. Either that or the clubs they have listed are not futsal clubs in the roster. Maybe they're outdoor clubs. Good big switch. Man, the crowd wants more. That's the other thing. I think the crowd, when they get excited, is actually getting in their own team's head a little bit. Like, it seems like whenever the crowd gets loud, Guatemala actually breaks down, even though they're cheering for them. It's like all these unforced errors that there doesn't need to be. Let's see. Yeah. Another foul. You want to get caught sleeping here. Good save. All right, come on, Guatemala. Make this a match. Do it for your fans. Man. The movement is just not very dynamic from Guatemala. Panama seems kind of... this is the same thing that Luke said about the game yesterday with Mexico, is like the opposing team just doesn't even look bothered. Like, they're just happy to content to sit back. Hey, we're up 2 goals. Guatemala wants to burn out their own clock, then let them go ahead and do it. You know, it's just not like it's not working. There's not a sense of urgency from Guatemala that tells me that they're in this game at any point. Even when good things are happening, it's kind of like such a short flash of action. I think there's going to be a rolling foul on this. Really unnecessary check from Shorty there afterwards. Nope, guess not. Really surprised by that. Ooh, bad touch. Bad giveaway from Guatemala there. Good to hang on to that by Panama. By the goalkeeper. Ooh, the crowd does not like that. This number 11 is a problem. I think because she's so short in stature, she plays super physical, and it's just like she throws herself around like a little cannonball. Like, I think that the Panama player made a bit of a meal of that one, but still. Number 11 for Guatemala, and I believe number 6 on the bench is another one that just like super crazy physical. Like with like unnecessarily off the ball, like just begging to get a card or a foul. But I also criticized this number 11 yesterday because she pretty much quit on every play. She was not very impressive at all. Like, we got a timeout here. Panama needs to calm down a little bit. They're getting a little frustrated with each other as well. Excuse me. .541 to go in the first half. Panama is up 2, but they probably don't feel like they have control of this game right now. They definitely need to figure out how to kind of turn the screws at this point and put it out of reach. Take this crowd completely out of it. You can kind of see over the coach's shoulder, it's filled up a little bit in the arena there. Probably a few hundred people. I'd say yesterday it was double that. Definitely struggling here. I mean, Panama's not going to want to defend this entire game. That's inviting unnecessary pressure against a team that they can easily beat right now if they just put them away. Uh-oh. Ooh, boy. Interesting to see some of these goalies wearing gloves. Ooh. Good stop. Second ball nearly on the court, enough to stop the play for a minute. Guatemala definitely seeing more of the ball, but just kind of unimpressive play so far. They've really not done anything other than that one decent opportunity to the back post, I think. Oh. Of all the calls that haven't happened, I'm surprised that one was called. I think that's 4 for Guatemala. Oh, fifth foul. I missed one. Definitely not what they want. Yeah, compared to some of the other stuff, I agree with you, Professor G. Yeah, another wasted free kick. You're right. A lot of wasted free kicks so far. Most patient I've seen Guatemala is with these last few passing sequences they've done. Yeah, I agree. They've settled in. Good passing, good movement, being patient. You know, yesterday we saw them taking unnecessary shots early, and we saw them just not be able to put a good string of passes together. General disconnection, it appeared, between all the players. Guatemala or Panama seems just content to sit back. 2-0 is not that big of a scoreline in futsal. I'm surprised they don't want to rack up another goal or two before they start to consider that. Or if they're just concerned about a Guatemala counterattack, they might have decided that Guatemala can only score in transition, it seems. Or not in transition, but on counters. Wow. Oh, what a miss. Holy smokes. What a missed opportunity there. Panama was completely caught sleeping there. Panama really looking for that sixth foul. Guatemala does have to be careful with all this passing that they don't burn the clock out on themselves, though, too. Like, they're really not... Yeah, that's what was happening yesterday, was those long shots through too much traffic that it just, like, are massively low probability. Ooh, Panama almost snuck in another goal there. Good little exchange. Man, I'll tell you what. The way these groups broke out, there's going to be a team that qualifies for CONCACAF that probably should not be at the World Cup. I don't know if that's considered a hot take or not, but Group B is clearly superior teams, which means the teams in this Group A, somebody from there is going to make it through. Well, maybe not. If the Group B teams win both, then that's not true, so I guess I'm wrong there. If I'm Costa Rica and the United States and Canada, and I'm watching Group A, I think the only team I'm potentially concerned about so far after watching this first half is maybe Mexico. But even then, the Group B games are just head and shoulders above in quality what we're seeing out of Group A so far. So are you even worried at all? You know, the coach answer you'd get on that is, hey, look, we're ready for whoever and we've prepared and blah, blah, blah. But like, if you're thinking about the easiest path to the World Cup, you get out of Group B, you got to be feeling pretty good about your chances. A commentator just mentioned that was a risky challenge. I agree. If the referee sees that a certain kind of way, I can see that becoming a call. It seems like they've pulled off the whistle since they hit 5 fouls. I don't know if that's on purpose or if they're not seeing something that maybe the players think that they should be seeing. Ooh, nearly got a hand on it. Nearly. Or a foot on it, I should say. This is it. Time's up. All right, halftime. Panama up 2-0. Not a particularly exciting match so far. We got the early action with the 2 goals, and I agreed with Professor G. I thought that maybe this thing would come undone and kind of be a gong show, as they would say in Canada, but not so much. It calmed way down other than a few fouls from the Guatemalan side, and then suddenly the whistles quit blowing. Again, I'm having a hard time telling if that was just them dialing it back or if Guatemala was just being cautious, but it seemed like there's a couple of potential calls in there. Panama also trying to make a meal of everything, trying to make everything look like a foul, I think, too, a little bit. Not a ton, just a little bit. But, yeah, just these Guatemala matches coming off of the USA games have been a snooze because USA's been kind of high flying. Even like that tie with Costa Rica was just a really, really good game. But yesterday, you go off of a 7-goal thriller, 7-0, and watching the team that you like, and then you go into this game and it's just like so uncompetitive. It's just like, oh wow, jeez. What did you guys think so far? Well, not a lot to talk about in that half. Panama started out strong and looked good and exciting. And then they got up 2-0 and just kind of sat back and parked the bus. I think that's kind of dangerous at 2-0. But that's just me. I think futsal is too fast a pace of a game, and there's too many big momentum swings to count on 2 goals. But they are 100% parking the bus and just chilling. And to be fair, Guatemala is doing nothing to make them fret. A lot of possession, but not a lot of dangerous attack. So I feel like the game's just kind of dull. Yeah, kind of a boring game, actually. After the first few minutes, high-paced attack, the tempo slowed tremendously. I didn't enjoy the change in Panama's style. Seemed to be better skill, but failed to show it in the last 10 minutes. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, dull. Very dull. Just yeesh. I mean, not much to talk about because not much happened after those first couple minutes. I don't fully understand where Panama's at with it. But I think if I had to guess, what I think is happening is that they're playing for Mexico tomorrow. They're just resting for Mexico tomorrow at this point. Costa Rica and US to the World Cup. Those would be my picks, Professor G. Yeah, for sure. I think regardless of United States going to have a tough game tomorrow against Canada. I don't think that's going to be easy. But I don't see why USA doesn't make it through. And I think they would technically make it through even with a draw. Try to do some math in my head. They should have the goal differential if they draw. But you don't want to risk it to that chance. You're going to want it out of there. But anyway, I think that I think that the United States should come out of the group. I think that Costa Rica will definitely, at this point, will definitely come out of the group. But Group A just does not look strong to me. So I think that whoever the two teams that come out of Group B, even if it's Canada instead of one of these other two teams, I think that those two teams are the ones that go to the World Cup. And then if we beat Canada tomorrow, you know, poor Canada has been so close yet so far a couple of times now in men's and women's contests. They got to feel kind of hard done because they play really well. No matter what, tomorrow, a good team's going home early, which is a bummer. But that's the nature of group play. I thought I heard a rumor you were commentating some of these games. Oh, no. No, I have not been invited. I think Jared would do a great job at these. I don't know how we recommend him. Who at CONCACAF, who in Miami do we got to talk to make that happen? That's the question. Maybe we just need to head down there and knock on some doors. I don't know how that works. You know what we could probably do is ask Chris about that, honestly. Chris was going to be commentating some of these games, and then he got pulled into beach soccer duties. So this is a CONCACAF event, but while this is going on, FIFA is hosting their World Championships for beach soccer in Paris, Paris, in France. So Chris was invited to that. So he had to kind of give up his spot here at the CONCACAF Futsal Championships, which he was a little bit bummed about. But this beach soccer opportunity for him is actually really big. I literally could not care less about beach soccer personally. I find it boring, but the fact that that's a FIFA event and Chris has been invited is a great opportunity for him. And hopefully that means that they're considering him for some FIFA futsal events. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That's my hope. So why is this the highlight we're showing? Is making a meal out of a foul. Show the goals. I cannot believe we got away with that one right there. Beach soccer, no. Yeah, I know. But no, this will be good for Chris. So this is a great opportunity for him to work directly with FIFA themselves. Really big step in his career from a commentary perspective. So I'm happy for him. I'm really happy for him, even though it's a sport that I'm not particularly interested in personally. I think it's a really good opportunity for Chris, and I like Chris. So I can't be mad at him for going after it. That's for sure. But you can definitely tell the difference. Looks like quite a few fans. Yeah, that's definitely it's more than we're seeing for any other games of other countries, but that's significantly less than who was there last night. So I think a lot of fans saw the way they were playing. It's one thing if your team loses, it's another if you watch the way they lose. And it feels like they're not putting in the effort that maybe well, if they don't care, why should I care and pay for a ticket, you know? I'm not even sure how much tickets cost for something like this. Let's see if I can find it. Probably not. Oh wow, US Soccer already posted an article about the game today. I gotta say, I've liked their coverage for this. I've liked their coverage for this CONCACAF tournament. They've actually done a nice job. Yeah, so USA only needs a win or a draw tomorrow. So they just need points. Just looking at some of the stats. Here, let me put this link in the chat. You'd probably like this, Professor G. They got a stat summary at the bottom with shots. USA, Costa Rica actually had more shots than us, significantly more. Ow. Sure you guys heard that on the mic. Man, they're jamming out inside of the dome. Good playlist. Get some shots of the fans. This is way better than what they've done for some of the other bits. I mean, a lot of the games today and yesterday, they just played like their theme song for 5-10 seconds on repeat for 10 minutes. So this is a nice change of pace to at least see some fans, give them some airtime, let them feel special. I think that's cool. They must be very picky on what is and isn't a shot. Yeah, that's true. I wonder what they consider compared to what we've been considering. I don't know the answer to that. Goodness gracious. Teams must be coming back out. Yeah. There's the local heroes. I don't mean Joe Hendry. Oh, they're booing Panama as they come out too. That's awesome. The Guatemalan crowd's been fun. I wish they had more to cheer for. This would be really electric. Excuse me. Wonder if we see a goalie change. We saw a goalie change yesterday for Guatemala. I'm curious if they do it again today. Okay, going through warm-ups. Soon. Yep, making that goalkeeper switch as it turns out again. I always find that interesting. Like, I know we got teams in FCS that do it as well, where they do like a very consistent goalkeeper switch at halftime. I wonder why. I mean, other than those opening few minutes, Guatemalan goalkeeper I thought did very well. Well, away we go. Here we are. Everything updated here. These fouls cleaned up. All right. Ooh, early shot. Yeah, Guatemala's, that's 2 passes to the keeper. Yeah. Oh, man. This is a good opportunity for Guatemala to get into this game suddenly. I believe this is indirect. Captain over the ball. She, I know she had one of their goals yesterday too, if I remember right. They can break this wall and find a way to get a tap in. That'd be really good. Oh, no way. How did that stay out? How did that stay out? Wow. I love that set piece. That was really clever. Yeah, that was awkward. Commentator got that right. So I'm curious to see what to do now coming out of the second half, because Panama in a lot of ways has let Guatemala back into the game by sitting back for so long that entire first half. I think they kind of let them get their confidence and a little bit of swagger back, even if they weren't particularly potent. And it was still a very slow first half, but they really just invited so much pressure. So now does Guatemala come out of the half feeling a little refreshed since they've had a long break? And do they make an impact? Does Panama decide to push to try and chip them? Chip them. Good stop there by Guatemala. Good play by the keeper. I think she just hit her head on the landing. We've seen that a couple times tonight now, where it's just the fall. The fall is what's causing the players to stay down, hitting their head on that hard surface. Why are they? Yeah, a little bounce. Little bounce there. Yeesh. And the trainers aren't happy about something here. That they don't want to move her around, although the male trainer there was just like cranking on her neck. It was a little crazy. Yeah, they're doing the stretcher. Oh, no. Don't see the stretcher out often in futsal. I feel like when I was a kid watching soccer, the stretcher was out all the time. Constantly some showmanship going on. I feel like we've seen a lot less of that in recent years. But, man, oh man, they're properly carrying her off. That trainer should not have torqued her neck like that. That was crazy. Like, if you got concerns about a head or a neck injury, clean tackle, but clearly a dangerous play due to outcome. Foul. Admitting that I'm not an expert in the field, I don't think it was a foul. I think the player kind of put herself in that position to get hurt because she turned her back on the play in the final second. If she stays forward, facing forward, and takes that challenge head on, she can brace. But I'm not sure if I would want to penalize the goalkeeper there for that Panamanian player taking an unnecessary risk. Yellow card coming for Guatemala here. Oh, boy. Yeah, that was a bad one. Hey. Okay. Panama's selling everything, so you can't afford to go in with a late challenge like that and even tease it, because Panama's going to lean into that. Hope that player's all right. All right. Ooh. Guatemala looking good coming out of the half. Better, I should say. Looking better. Panama seems to kind of be trying to force that long ball play. I wonder if they'd be better off just playing out of the back. Just seems kind of odd. Almost 4,300 people watching this match. That's pretty cool. Love how many people are tuning into this CONCACAF tournament. Normally, women's matches don't do as well as men's matches on this stuff just because it's so unknown. But, ooh, good kick save by Panamanian keeper there. But this has been good. Really like this. Really like seeing this. And then I think, two is so much on the line. That's a big part of it as well. So much potential history to be made for all of these clubs. You know, do you make it and see yourself through to the first ever World Cup? You know, how well do you do in the first ever CONCACAF Futsal Championship for women? I mean, there's a lot of inaugural history here going on. A lot of setting the bar. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Nearly. I gotta say, number 11 for Guatemala has played a lot better than she did yesterday, too. I don't know what the deal was yesterday with her, but she's provided a lot more valuable play tonight than she did all night yesterday. A big old pack of fans there. That's cool. That giveaway there from both those two. Good work from Guatemala there, but now you got to get out of there. This captain for Guatemala has been working her tail off the last 2 days. Yesterday, she gave herself calf cramps so bad she couldn't complete the game. Looking strong tonight. Nobody really settled into this game yet for the second half. I mean, give Guatemala a slight edge so far, but I think Panama's had maybe one like decent attempt on goal this half. You got to feel like Guatemala's chance is coming. And if you're Panama, you don't want this to become a one-goal game. You don't want to let them into this. I mean, they already kind of have, in a way, just in the style of defense, but... Oh! Oh, what happened here? Did they collide? Looks like it. Oh, she landed kind of funny, didn't she? Did she jam her leg up? I think that landing screwed her up. Hmm. Well, they're in a little winch. She's walking good, so that's a good sign. I think she just kind of jammed her calf on that landing. It looked like an awkward landing. Man. Need some action here. Ooh, numbers for Panama. Well, 3-on-3 now. Let's see what we get from this. Panama's Fixo is sitting way back. Oh, number 11's back, so she's off the stretcher. Man, Panama really trying to make a meal out of all of this. It's kind of annoying. A lot of balls out of bounds, too. So, like, there's no... This happened yesterday with the Guatemala game as well. I think it was Ron Leedy in the chat mentioning it, that it just feels like there's so many stoppages. There's really no flow to the game. Man, Guatemala's had a couple bad cross-court passes that are like way behind the target. Oh, great play. Ooh, good defense. That was a good play. Oh, bad giveaway. Wow. Bit of a toe poke. Man, what needs to happen to break this game open? Ooh. Jeez. Guatemala's had a couple of just like really late tackles where their reactions are just so slow. Man, this is kind of boring. I hate to say that. I'm a huge futsal fan. Even for me, this is oh wow. Guatemala just missed a sitter. Man. 11:24 to go. Would really like to see Guatemala put some pressure into this game, but with a goal. But I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be able to figure it out. That's 4 fouls now for them, for Guatemala. That one felt kind of soft. Oh, nice play. Nice little bit of footwork. There it is. Come on. Oh, no way. Oh, my gosh. What's it going to take? Oh, no way. I mean, technically for the standings, something the commentator just said, 100% accurate. They're just playing out for the they're just playing out for the standings at this point. Panama, they don't need to do anything. So they're just sitting back. They know where they stand right now. They're guaranteed their spot. But there it is. Wow, nice shot. Nice, finally. Woo! I think that was a bad read from the keeper. Great goal. Much needed. Oh, Guatemala crowd getting loud now. Panama calls a timeout. Smart. Try and ice them. Hopefully ice them and the crowd. That's our captain. She scored for them yesterday, too. I believe her name's Grecia Santizo. She had one of their 2 goals yesterday as well. Man, 10 minutes, 27 seconds. If you're Guatemala, as long as you play smart, you got a chance here. Got a chance here to drag a result out of this and keep this thing alive. Now it's anyone's game. Yeah, you're right, Professor G. 100%. Yeah, Panama should not have. I mean, in my opinion, Panama should not have sat back on 2 goals. It's not enough. Not enough in futsal. The one thing that concerns me about Guatemala, like if you're watching Guatemala right now, their body language, even after a goal, is not very positive. Hands on knees. They look kind of gassed. Coming out of that timeout, they didn't look very confident. 2 players with their hands on their knees. I mean, you got to wonder what they have left as far as tricks in the bag. But Panama's sitting back again, so can they find that second opportunity? Little stronger press from Panama now, but I mean, really, they're sitting back. Love to see Guatemala's Tivo switch sides in that situation. Oh, really bad giveaway. Holy smokes. Guatemala feels like they don't have any synergies. Like just looking at body language on the bench, body language when they're all out on the court together. A lot of tension. Not a lot of support. And it's weird because a lot of their play, like several of their players all come from the same club. I'd say 5 or 6 of them all come from the same club. So I don't understand why there's so much tension in the group. But if they can keep this momentum going, I mean, that timeout did what I thought it would. It iced the fans, if nothing else. Oh, not now, though. 2-2. Can't call a timeout now to ice the crowd. Guatemala is in this. Wow. How about that? Great little move right there. Great cross to the back post. Almost flubbed it. Almost missed it. Ooh, that would have been embarrassing if that would have missed. Panama. Guatemala is on, I think, how many fouls are they on? 3 or 4? 4. So Guatemala does need to be careful about their physicality. And I'm sure now more than ever, Panama's going to be trying to bait that 5th foul and further fouls as part of their strategy. But Panama really wasted a lot of time. Wasted a ton of time. Yeah, crowd's in it now. That's what Guatemala didn't take advantage of yesterday, is they had a really strong crowd behind them that was really trying to hang in the game. And they just gave them nothing. But tonight, a little different story. Everybody wanting a little piece of the action now. How far off was that? Pretty far off? Yeah, pretty far off. Nothing there. And Guatemala could completely change the outlook of this group for what I expected. Even with the draw. Even if they hold the draw, it keeps them alive going into tomorrow. And then Panama's far from safe in that scenario. They don't get the rest against Mexico tomorrow. They got to really fight for it. Because if Guatemala comes up with a response... Ooh, great save. If Guatemala makes a response out of this and then beats Cuba tomorrow... that could be catastrophic for Panama. Yeah, commentator just said something really good is, you know, oh, yeah, that's got to be a card, right? Hands to the face? Yeah. First foul for Panama. Yeah, Guatemala coming out with a result tonight like puts everybody on eggshells tomorrow, because then no one is guaranteed anything tomorrow. Even Mexico with 2 wins. Ooh. Careful, don't give up a foul unnecessarily. Yeah, way out of bounds. Let's see what they do. Ooh, nearly kept it. Oh. What is happening to Panama here? Just some silliness. Commentator just asked if Panama took the foot off the gas far too early. That's an easy answer. Yes. Absolutely they did. Panama doesn't trust themselves. Too much dribbling, too little passing. Yeah, no teamwork here at all. It's going to cost them. Oh, I'm behind on the Panama fouls. They're saying that they're at 5 already. Did I hear that right? I'll wait till I know for sure. I got a little lazy on tracking the fouls, to be honest. Oh, why? Oh, yeah, that was bad. That was bad. Unnecessary. Phew. Yeah, easy call. Easy call. That's a sixth foul for that. I was behind on fouls for everybody. That was sixth foul for Guatemala. Interesting. Does Panama get a free ticket back into this game? Great save. Oh, gave it right back to her. Oh, Panama just got a freebie back into this game. What a shame. First shot right into the keeper's chest. Holy cow. Actually knocked her backwards. She actually cheated the line on that too, the keeper, believe it or not. Oh, she did get it in the arm. Oh. So Guatemala now's got to fight again. They're going to fly the keeper. This is where this number 11 is dangerous for Guatemala, though, because she likes to dribble. And, like, in situations like this, like last night, she was dribbling. Oh, nearly catastrophic for Panama there. That number 11, like, when they get down, I just feel like she makes poor decisions. I hope that she's a little more level-headed so that this turns into a game, but I mean, if Panama's going to sit back like they are, why not throw the sixth attacker this early or fifth attacker this early? Panama's not really pressuring you on your own half at all, so why worry so much? I kind of like that they're throwing her forward this early. Panama's begging. Oh, for the love of God, get on that post. Oh, that should have been an easy tap in. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, it took a deflection. Okay. I take it back. I apologize. I got excited. Man, Guatemala's just had some bad luck in front of goal today, haven't they? I mean, someone's got to take the kick in. Here we go. They can hit it one time. Go ahead. Great shot. Push. Ooh. Man, this fifth attacker is creating some good pressure on Panama. Uh, surprised that wasn't a handball. Kind of looked like it from all the way up here. Right now, yeah, okay, hang on. Let's see. Okay. Right now, Panama's diamond is a little too wide, and they're leaving a passing lane down the middle wide open. Guatemala's not taking advantage of it yet. They kind of did there. I'm going to try and do this. Next time I see it, I'm going to pause and like take a screenshot to show you guys or something. But if Guatemala players would get their eyes up a little bit and like survey the court, they'll see that. And there's another big shot. Oh, why force that back through? You have a fifth attacker. You can't afford the counter there. Why do that? There it is, 4-2. That was a really foolish decision by the Guatemalan player to save that ball on the touchline. They should have let that go out. They would have kept possession, and they wouldn't have set themselves up for this counter. Really poor decision. I think it was at number 4. Four minutes. They're still flying the keeper. I like that. Because Panama's defense is suspect. They just haven't unloaded it yet. Guatemala, 4-3. Wow. A little bit of action here to end this game. Great composure there by the fifth attacker, the captain, Santiso. Leave her on. Do some more. Do it again. Much more interesting half. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Now there's something to talk about. This is good. This is real good. Okay, here comes the fifth attacker again. This is good. I want to show you guys what Panama's doing wrong. I mean, Guatemala is actually taking advantage of what I'm seeing wrong and a bit more with an extra pass, and I think they need to. Oh, boy. All right, well, while there's this stoppage in play, let me see if I can find what I'm talking about here. Okay, let me take a screenshot of this. Or I'll just show my screen. Screw it. And then we'll jump back quickly. So I don't have a way to... can you guys see my cursor when I do this? So like this passing lane right here is what's open to number 4. So what they're doing is they're passing to the touchline and cutting back in here with the pass, which is how they just scored. Here, and carving it up this way, kind of in a roundabout way. But this diagonal cross is open if they can get a good first touch. And that should be a tap in or at least a good shot. So it's just, it's interesting. I don't know if they're just not seeing it, like if they're getting tunnel vision on whatever they've practiced at practice. Or what, but Guatemala could do some more damage here if they see that and take advantage of it. And that freeze frame I took there actually is probably one of the worst opportunities I've seen in the last 3 minutes of play, because those last 2 Panamanian defenders on the backside were tighter than they normally are. They're actually leaving that fairly wide open. 3 goals in 2 minutes. We'll take that. Ugh. It's open again in the middle. Yep. You switch it back. They switch it back. And move down the court just a smidgen. Right there. She can get it on that foot and just swing it through. Sentizo has a good foot, good pass. She's been their most reliable player by a long shot. Wow, that was a two-handed shove that didn't get a call. That was kind of interesting. Right? Wasn't that a two-handed shove? Yeah. Wow. Huh. Yeah, I can't watch everything, right? Ooh. Yeah, Guatemala is kind of missing out on some opportunities here to really put a lot more pressure on. I think this goes back to the keeper. Oh, she's going out wide. Great play. Give yourself a chance to set up that 5th attacker. Now do something with it. Here we go. There. They did a good job closing it down that time. Oh, that's a terrible pass. This number 11 is such a liability for Guatemala. Wow, they got lucky there. Wow, how did she miss that bad? Holy cow. Again, another really bad pass there from number 11. Good sub. Go. And this is the same thing that happened. So same thing that happened yesterday with Guatemala. Is like the time's ticking and they're just doing nothing about it. Panama was trying to bait the goalie sub. Didn't work. $61 to go in this one. Guatemala needs one more lifeline if they want to keep this group wide open. This could be dangerous. And looks like Panama opts to burn out the clock instead. Wow, they're burning a lot of time off this clock. That probably should have been well. What? Interesting. Interesting that that's the one they called. Is it because it's probably because of that second leg follow through? Exactly what US should have done. US was in the same exact situation. Kick in with one and left. Yeah. And they were doing a good job of moving the ball around and containing it. Or controlling it, I should say, not containing. Ugh. Too tired to talk anymore. Great save again, but right back to the middle again. 25 seconds. Whew. Second time. It's a crazy that. Oh, go dribble. Fifth attacker's not ready. They're not playing the fifth attacker. Why not? They just completely quit. They didn't even have their fifth attacker ready. Wow. So Cuba and Guatemala are out going into tomorrow. They're just playing for pride, I guess. But man, we really only had 2 minutes of action in that second half, 2.5 minutes of action, where there was big goals happening, big things happening for a moment. But Guatemala, I mean, yeesh. They've not had a good tournament. They've looked very flat. I think they've got a weak roster. Even their first line is not very strong. Their best player is their captain by far. And then after that, there's a huge drop-off. Interesting. I expected better from Guatemala because I thought they had a little more infrastructure to be able to handle this, but it looks like they don't. But, yeah, this means Group B is what everybody's keeping an eye on. That's where all the action's going to be at tomorrow. So tomorrow, we see the first match of the day is at 1 o'clock Eastern time. Costa Rica takes on Honduras. The commentator's been beating this topic to death, but I don't blame him. It's almost a foregone conclusion that Costa Rica wins that match. Then Panama faces Mexico at 4 p.m. That one decides who's first and second. And again, the commentator's kind of beating this to death too, but do you really care where you place? Because you know you're facing really tough opposition out of Group B either way. Do you take that as like a day for health where you're just, go out there and almost play for fun for a sense? But that USA-Canada game is going to really be critical tomorrow to see who goes through for Group B. That match is really, unless Honduras does something crazy, whoever wins USA versus Canada really decides which of those two clubs moves on. Canada's looked decent. I don't think they're as good as the U.S. roster, player for player. But are they capable of an upset? I think they are. Will they? I don't think so, but it's definitely something to be wary of. So that'll be really interesting. So we'll do another live stream tomorrow. We'll start at the same time, and we'll watch USA versus Canada. And then just a reminder, if you missed yesterday's stream, I will not be able to stream the semifinals on Saturday, but I think I can stream the final on Sunday. It might be a tight schedule where I come in right before kickoff, stream it, a watch party for it, and then like cut off the minute it's over. But we'll see. I should be able to do it, though. I should be able to do it. So tomorrow, USA versus Canada, 7 p.m. We'll be going live here for a watch party here, just like we did today and yesterday. And then if I think Luke's back tomorrow too. Maybe if Luke's here, I watch the second game if he's here. But Cuba has not been impressive, and Guatemala has not been impressive. I'm not sure I want to waste our time watching that game. Depends on who shows up and how interactive everything is. If you guys are really digging it, then we'll hang out. But if not, I'm not going to force something that's not entertaining. So for now, we'll call it a night. Thank you guys so much for joining us for the stream. We had a great crowd tonight, especially for the USA match, which is what I expected. Watching the second game is just kind of a bonus at this point. So I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for following along. Thank you to the new subs that signed up today and subscribed. I think we have several new subs since we started doing this at the beginning of the week. So I appreciate you guys so much for doing so. And I see you guys. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your night. Those of you on East Coast time like me, it's almost midnight. Get to bed. But I will see you all very, very soon. See ya.